Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're just joining, let me know. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you can hear me loud and clear, let me know. Welcome, welcome, welcome to my live stream. We'll be discussing a lot of important issues today, so you don't want to miss this. So guys, come in. Make sure you share. Make sure you share. Make sure you like. Come in, guys. Come in. If you can see me clearly, if you can hear me, just let me know. Just drop a comment. And yeah, let's go. Let's go. So who's here with me? Just let me know. Come in. We are going to be talking about a lot of important issues. We're talking about the recent developments in Nigeria, and what is happening in Nigeria, what is being done, and what needs to be done. So it's very, very important. Hello. Financial lady. Hey, my personal person. Thank you very much for joining me, financial lady. I feel like breakdancing to have my very own financial lady here with me. No be small thing, no. That means I am doing well. Financial lady, thank you. God bless you, ma. Thank you for sharing me out. Guys, don't forget to like, don't forget to share, and also I want to see your comments. It's very, very important, and it means a lot to me. Financial lady, how you doing now? How your side? Wetin dey happen? Hope say everything dey kampe for your side. Mimi Biggs, I salute you. I see you too. You are doing very, very well. My people, guys, make sure you like. Make sure. Thank you very much, financial lady. You say you share me out. I'm very, very grateful. Annie babe, you are welcome to my show. Thank you very much for joining me, Annie babe. I really appreciate it. So today we'll be talking about the recent events, that happened in Nigeria. We all know about the killings of the people, the youth in Lekki, at Lekki toll gate. It was a very, very unfortunate event. It's terrible. I mean, till now, I have not even, been able to get myself, because I'm just thinking, how can such happen in a country, in a so-called country, where we have elected leaders, where we have a government? How can, youth just be shot indiscriminately, their bodies just be pumped with bullets in the open, and then it seems like there's life is just so cheap in Nigeria. So I'm going to be talking about so many issues, because I think we need to keep on doing our bit, just like financial lady has said on our channel as well so many times. She said, we have to keep on fighting, and the youth also need to keep on fighting, because obviously these events that happened, it will, it will invoke fear in the lives of in the people, and people will be scared to come out. But if we just keep quiet and we don't say anything and we don't talk, same thing is just going to keep on happening, and they're just going to be keeping, taking us as fools. in our own so-called country, there's no freedom of speech. I mean, everybody knows that the way things are in Nigeria is not the right way. People are suffering. There is abject poverty. People can't boast of 3 square meals. The youth don't have any jobs. They struggle, year in, year out. Their parents struggle to send them through university. They come out, and at the end of the day, there are no jobs. There's no hope, no jobs, nothing. And then when they react, what do? The government sends soldiers to kill them. They shoot them, riddle their bodies with bullets. And you know what? The thing that actually made me, really angry is because, like most of us, we were waiting for the speech by the government, by the President Buhari, at least for him to address some of the issues and at least put our minds at ease. Because, let's face it, I don't think there's any Nigerian that's happy with the way things are in Nigeria. What can I say? There's just so many problems with Nigeria. There's lack of employment. There's very, very high rates of unemployment amongst the youth. I mean, Nigeria has a very, very big youth population. Out of about 206 million, at least 50 million are youth. And these people, these are youth, they go to university, they come out, there's no jobs for them. So what do you expect them to do? I mean, we keep on saying Yahoo boys, yeah, this, Yahoo boys, that. The Yahoo, the boys, they have to cater for themselves. And most times they are breadwinners as well. They have to look after their parents, as well, in some cases. So what do? They have to resort, they either pick up a laptop and do their Yahoo, or they pick up a gun and become, hardened robbers. So which one? We have to pick one. Do you want them to be hardened criminals, or do you want them to be Yahoo boys? So guys, please just let me know your comments, as your thoughts about the issues I'm going to be discussing. Financial Lady is saying, Annie babe, you are warmly welcome. Thank you very much, ma. Financial Lady. Every time I see you, every time I see your show, I'm always very, very happy, because the way you speak, the way, everything, it does jolly my heart every time. So you are very, very highly cited and highly welcome, Financial Lady. I know they take you play at all. My one and only Financial Lady. Annie babe, you said Financial Lady. Thanks. Okay, you are welcome as well. Guys, please help me share it out, because I'll be talking a lot of, I'll be speaking on a lot of important issues. So this speech by President Buhari yesterday, like I would have expected the speech to cover a lot of important things. The number one thing I would have expected him to cover in the speech was the Lekki massacre. The just ridiculous, in a civilized country, how can innocent people just be shot like that, and be killed? They slaughter like rams, they kill like rats and chickens, and then nobody is being held accountable. Nobody is saying anything. I mean, today I was watching, I think it was channels. They were speaking to one of these guy at the top of the military, and he was saying that maybe things, he was even saying that maybe nobody even died, that things were photoshopped. I mean, how can you say things were photoshopped when there's clear evidence, where there are videos, there are pictures, there's everything pointing to the fact that a massacre occurred and people were actually shot dead, people were killed. And then these people are saying, just like the Lagos State governor as well. Can you imagine the governor Sanwo-Olu? Yeah, he came on air as well. At first, what did he say? He said there was no loss of lives. He said there was no loss of lives in at Lekki toll gate. He said nobody died. Then later on, he came again on air. After so much pressure from the public, then he said, oh, maybe somebody died. It was one person, that died. And again, today, I've just read recently that, he's from the governor saying nobody died, then it became one person died, and now he's saying 2 people died. I mean, these people are just, this is just ridiculous. It means they don't value the lives of innocent Nigerians. I mean, the fact that, the governors and the government, they cannot even come clean. They're not accountable. They cannot be, like responsible and, come out and tell us the truth. Even till today, we don't even know who those soldiers were that came and shot those innocent protesters, because some people are saying, oh, maybe they're not even Nigerians. Other people are saying, okay, who gave them the orders? How come the military has not been able to pinpoint them and say, okay, they belong to this particular post, this particular regiment of the army, this particular section? Nobody has been able to to lay claim to those soldiers. because obviously somebody must have given them the order to come and kill, to come and shoot people. So how can we be in a so-called civilized country where things like this can happen? I mean, everybody is furious, everybody is angry. I'm sure like most of you watching as well, we haven't been able to, to comprehend, to understand such barbaric behavior, such inhumane behavior in the 21st century, in 2020. How can something like this happen in Nigeria? And then it's like, we all need answers. Hello, KB. Thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. Alpha Joy, you are saying good evening. Then he said, financial lady, good evening, Mama. Thank you very much. You are welcome. I'm really, really happy to have you on board. Today I'm just going to be talking about the recent events in Nigeria, most especially the killing of the youth at Lekki Toll Gate. So, like I was saying, like nobody has been able to lay claim to those soldiers. I mean, everybody saw it. I mean, I'm sure you have all seen the videos yourself. You saw the videos, you saw the bodies, it's horrific videos. I mean, I've seen so many videos that they're very, very traumatic. It's traumatizing, people just, so many, I mean, I don't even know what to say anymore, I mean, is Nigeria even a country? That's one thing I always say to myself, is Nigeria a country? To be honest, even all these like things that's been happening, even Buhari's speech and everything, to be honest, I wasn't surprised at all, because I didn't really expect much from him, to be honest. But just because of the severity of the issue of the event, I thought maybe at least this time he could actually come on air, as the president, and actually assure Nigerians that everything was under control. And also, even in the speech, there was no such, no sympathy whatsoever. There was no empathy towards, the people that lost their lives. It didn't even mention the incident. I mean, is this even a country? Is this a president? I mean, see how long it took him to even come out to say something. To give, the only reason he came out was because there was a lot of pressure, not just from Nigeria, but internationally as well. There was so much pressure for him to come out and address, the public. I mean, is this the kind of president that should be ruling a country, like Nigeria, a country where we have so many academics, so many intellectuals, so many professionals, so many people, with brains and great minds? I mean, is this the kind of person that should be, ruling over us? I mean, it's just terrible. Just look at the state of Nigeria today. There's so many problems. Our infrastructure isn't there. Our healthcare system is, is in a dilapidated state. I mean, our healthcare in Nigeria is simply, non-existent. I mean, if you are not even careful, if you go to the hospital in Nigeria, you might even end up dying going to the hospital than from the actual illness. I know a lot of I remember one of my friends, earlier this year, she went to hospital. I think she had typhoid or whatever, and by the time she left hospital, she had contracted malaria as well, because she was even telling me there were so many mosquito bites that she could hardly sleep while she was receiving treatment at the so-called hospital. Hospitals are in a shambolic state. I mean, I'm not sure if much of you have seen the state of the general hospitals in Nigeria. They are ill-equipped. They haven't got the best equipment. I know stories of people that have been rejected, like surgery, just because they couldn't pay money up front, and some of them have even died in the process. I know situations of people, that that were awaiting surgery, but there was no more diesel in the generator to power, all the equipment, and they lost their lives in that case as well. So many people died needlessly in Nigeria. Like one of the videos I did, on my channel, I asked the question, why is life so cheap in Nigeria? It seems life is the cheapest commodity in Nigeria. I'm going to talk about that as well, later on. But let me just look at the comments and see what the people joining me. Afi, how you doing? My Akwaba to the program. My Ghana people. I hope you didn't come with empty hand, though. I hope say you bring some nice banku and tilapia. Make I take some apeteshe, wash them down, or alumo bitters. Hello, Mama OG. How you day? How your side now? I hope you are good. I hope everything they can't pay for your side. Annie Babe says God will help Nigeria. Yes, so you know what? So, and another thing I wanted to point out, your comment just made me realize something. In Nigeria, we are always quick to say, oh, God help Nigeria. Let's pray for Nigeria. Let's pray for. I'm telling you, we can pray from now till eternity in Nigeria. But as long as people don't do the right things, as long as people are not accountable, as long as people are corrupt, I mean, we can pray from now till eternity. Nothing will change in Nigeria. I'm sorry to sound rather pessimistic, but I'm just being honest. You know, it's not just about prayers. You know, look at most of these Western countries, most of these European countries that are well developed, they do the right thing. Most of them don't even believe, most of their leaders don't even believe in anything. You know, spiritually, they don't believe, they just wake up. But the only difference is that they are held accountable and they are very responsible. You know, if a white man tells you, oh, there's a meeting at 9 o'clock, you rest assured by 8:45 or even earlier, it will be there at the meeting. You know, they do the right thing. The roads are in order. You know, look at some of you are in Germany, some of you are in Spain. Look at the amenities there. Look at the infrastructure. They make sure everything is put in place for their citizens. You know, but the truth cannot be said of our so-called leaders in Nigeria. They are just too corrupt. They are selfish. They are greedy. You know, I mean, how much does just one man want to like embezzle? I mean, these people, they have the money that even their generations can't finish. Even their children's children, the money no go finish. But still, they still want chop and thief. Why? Why are people so heartless in Nigeria? And I mean, we're always quick to blame. And another thing I wanted to say is that we always say, oh, Buhari this, Buhari that, the government this, the government that. But sometimes I think it's us as Nigerians ourselves. We all need to change our minds, mindsets as Nigerians. We all need to change our way of thinking, our way of doing things. It's almost like corruption is inbred in every Nigeria now. It's like if you're not, like corrupt, it's like people say, oh, Soji yourself, Jali, you be JJC, you don't know now, as they go now. It's like that mentality needs to change because we can't just keep on blaming the government for everything. I know the government are, partly to blame as well, but then it's like everything that happens always blame Buhari, blame the government. So I'm not going to excuse the government or because they are to blame as well. But I'm saying, like as Nigerians as well, to change Nigeria, to reform Nigeria, it starts with you and I. It starts with all the Nigerians in Nigeria. It starts with all the Nigerians in diaspora. It starts with the average man on the streets, saying no to corruption, no to oppression. Let me go back to the comments. A29 saying God helps those who help themselves. Exactly, my sister. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because we're so religious in Nigeria. Have you noticed in Nigeria that we seem to be so religious? You go to midweek service, you go to midnight service, you go to, if you're not careful, you even do service with wishes in the village. If you're not, the amount of meetings, midweek services they attend in Nigeria, midweek service, first service, second service, pray, hallelujah, shout in tongue. At the end of the day, not lie. That's why I'm sorry, even like most of our religious leaders, most of these big pastors that have all these big churches as well, like I'm very, very disappointed with most of them as well, because they need to be accountable as well. Like everybody needs to be accountable, from the man on the streets, to the religious leaders, to the royal fathers, to the government. Everybody needs to be held accountable, because most of these religious leaders, when it's time for election, they know how to cajole their congregation. They know how to influence, and also manipulate their congregation to vote for a particular person or a particular, aspirant or politician. Let's not kid ourselves. They add most of the religious leaders as well. They've been benefiting from all these corrupt leaders. If we are going to call a spade, let's be honest here. I mean, I remember the times of Jonathan, good luck Jonathan, when he was trying to win re-election into office. I know how much money is shared out. I'm telling you, he shared out, a lot of money. I mean, insane amounts of money to, people of influence. And I know all these royal, apart from the royal fathers, I know most of these religious leaders, the big ones. I'm not going to mention their names. I know they all benefited because these politicians go there and give them big tithes as well. They give them, donations. So they can, now that people are being killed and are being shot like goats and chickens and dying like rats on the streets, they can't just fold their arms and keep quiet. Because while the going was good, with the politicians, they're always quick to influence people to vote for them. Now is the time for them to stand up as well. Everyone is at fault, and everyone needs to shoulder some of the responsibility, because we can't just to change Nigeria. It's not just it shouldn't just be a task with the government It has to start with you and I, the average Nigerians. Max Style, hello. Max Style is saying we need reform. Annie Baby is laughing, ha ha ha. Afi as well. Max Style said we need reform. That's true. And financially said the next protest is fake pastor must go. Yeah, so you know, lie your financial lady. Max Style said so funny. Me Big said honestly, God help. E29 says smash the like. Guys, don't forget to smash the like. Oh, make sure say you God no go share more. So share, smash the like. What the financial lady said just now is just, it's just the truth. She said the next protest is fake pastor must go. I mean, all these pastors, actually, don't let me even go to the pastor. But some of the things that happen in Nigeria, it just makes me remember Fela. If you want to know what's happening in Nigeria right now, just listen to any of Fela's records. I mean, the man was a prophet, because all the things that are happening now in Nigeria, he actually sang about them in the 60s and the 70s, suffering and smiling. That's exactly what's happening in Nigeria. People are suffering, but they'll be smiling. I mean, we are not goats, we are not animals, for Christ's sake. Why do we have to, like year in, year out, we'll be subjected to untold hardship, and we still, end up voting for these same people, and the same circle of people, the same corrupt leaders, they go in, they come out, rubbish in, rubbish out, rubbish in, rubbish out. Why? I mean, there needs to be reform in Nigeria. There needs to be a change. Actually, another thing I would say is that, personally, you might say I'm wrong. I don't believe in all this one Nigeria, this Nigeria United. I'm sorry. You might not share my same opinion, but honestly, this is what I think from my heart. Because if you pay close attention to my channel, you'll find out I'm always in support of Oduduwa Republic. I'm in support of Nigerian breaking up, and I'm also I'm in support of Biafra Republic as well. Because I think, let's face it, it's these northerners that are in power. Let's face it, they're on a different planet. They are on a very, very different planet. I'm sorry to say. It's like you putting sheep and goats together and thinking they're going to get along. No, because sheep will just be sitting down there looking, maybe chopping grass. But before you know, it's goat. Goat don't chop nail. It don't chop soap. It don't chop your rice. If you're not careful, you chop your soup. You chop yourself, because goat is just goat. Goat's not, but sheep will sit down there, be looking JJ like baby Kingsway. But goats, so that's why you can't mix the two together. And I'm sorry. It's just not possible. That's why we're having so many problems, because Nigeria is not a united country, And this is another thing I'm going to say as well, like this whole thing about Nigeria, even Nigeria itself was based on fraud. I'm sure you guys all know, because there was nothing like Nigeria before these Igbo people came, because everybody was in their own area. They were being governed by their own traditional rulers, their own chiefs, and everybody, they were doing well under their own system. But these Igbo people, because of their selfish interests, their selfish interest for economic conquest, and also what they want to gain from Africa, because we have all the resources, we have oil, we have natural resources, mineral resources, you name it. Just because of they actually forced us to be a country. They did that not knowing that we have so many differences. I mean, look, for Nigeria, example, see how many different ethnic groups we have. Even me as a Yoruba man, if I go to some areas, even in my native Remo, my native Remo, if they speak the same Yoruba I'm speaking, if they speak it in a different dialect, I'll be looking like Mumu, because I won't even understand. And just think about Nigeria. Just think about how many different ethnic groups we have in Nigeria. Even you, as a Nigerian, think about, where you come from. Think about the different dialects of, like the same language that people speak. We have so many different differences in terms of culture, in terms of in terms of our sociology, in terms of our ethnicity, our way of things, our tradition. Just name it. We are so different in so many ways. The Igbo people, when they came, they didn't understand all this. They just all they wanted to do was just put Nigeria together, force them to be together, and teach them the English language. So that when you teach them the English language, you'll be able to manipulate them, and they'll be doing yes sir, because you'll be in charge. Let me go back to the comments. Financial lady said, right on, host. Thank you, ma. I'll salute you, financial lady. Financial lady, I will come down your side though. After all this kuru, I want to come chop some Germany, IBK said, yes, so they must go. You are very, very, you are very right. So Quero Alan said, hello everyone. Quero Alan, you are very, very welcome. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Please, please, please make sure you like, make sure you comment, and make sure you share. Maybe Biggs Beauty said, as for Lauren Shaw, you are right, Mama. Yes. So as I was saying, these Oyinbo people, they just came to force us together without, knowing the implications and knowing the repercussions, and what did the Oyinbo people do as well? They actually gave power to the northerners. Why? Because they knew that the Igbo, let's face it, the three main, obviously we have different ethnic groups in Nigeria, but the three main ethnic groups are the Yorubas, the Hausas, and the Igbos. So these Oyinbo people, what did they do? Because they knew, what they actually did was they knew that we Yorubas and Igbos were very, very educated. In fact, they took most of them then, like before independence, they took them up, to their country, they educated them, they did everything. And they now realize that, it be like, say, this one, we don't shoot ourselves for Lego, because this Igbo people and Yoruba people, where we they see so. It be like, say, they don't too jow, they don't too get sense. So it be like, say, this one, then go, this thing go backfire. Because they knew the Yorubas and the Igbos were very, very intellectual, they're very educated, and they knew that these people are not going to be easy to govern. And so what did they do? They needed people that would be doing yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. So what did they do? They now, transferred power to the Hausa people, to the northerners, because they knew the northerners, they were not very educated, so they could easily manipulate them, and they could be puppets. So what did they do? They put them in power. And also, if you notice then as well, the military as well, all the key military posts before independence and at the time of independence, it was all in the north, and they made most of the northerners, have the biggest, positions in strategic positions in the military. This was another way where they could use to control, because they knew. There was even a video. I need to share the video on my channel where this Oyinbo man was actually speaking, and he was actually telling us and confessing that during the independence, like the elections and everything, how they actually rigged it to favor the north. Everything is on tape. This was an Oyinbo man confessing. So that's why, like, even from I know what they say is like, when the foundation is faulty, no matter, you can build and build and build, you are just building in vain. What it says even in the Bible, if you build on a rocky ground, no, not a rocky ground, if you build on sandy ground or something, you are just building in vain. Because the foundation of Nigeria itself, is faulty, because Nigeria itself is a fraud. Nigeria itself is a fraud. That's why things are always not going to. I'm sorry to sound pessimistic. Maybe you think I'm wrong, but I just don't see no hope in this so-called Nigeria, because this Nigeria is just a fraud. It was just put there because of people's interest. Even the name Nigeria. Did you know that even Nigeria started as a business deal? It started as a business deal. There was nothing like that was meant to be Nigeria before, Seth. It all started as a business deal between the British. So that's why everything seems to be going bad, because even if you look at the Nigerian military, for example, if you look at the coat of arms in the Nigerian military, you'll notice something. I want you guys to check it out. Just as you are now, just Google the Nigerian military coat of arms. If you see the badge, you'll see it's got Islamic inscription. Because all this is just all in reference to the north. Because these Oyinbo people, they knew what they were doing. They knew they wanted to give power to the northerners, because they knew the northerners, they would just do as they're told. They won't challenge them. They won't do anything. And they made sure, and they made everybody know that the north had the power. And it's the same thing that's still happening now. Let's face it, it's the north that's controlling Nigeria. I don't care what anybody wants to say. I don't care what you think. I don't care what your emotions are. If you are being honest, it's the north that are in power. Look at all the past head of states that we've had in Nigeria. Look at all the military rulers. Most of them, I'm sure, if not 90% or 80% of them at least, have been of Hausa or Fulani extraction. And that's just the truth, And also these so-called people as well, they don't have no, it's like they don't have a clue. They don't have no purpose. They don't have no vision. They don't have no direction for Nigeria, other than just to embezzle money. I mean, it's so sad. If you look at Nigeria, like I was looking, looking at all the videos of all these youth that have been vandalizing people's property and destroying things. I understand. I'm not going to excuse them, by the way, because I think it's very, very wrong. It's unfair for you to be destroying other people's properties. Some people have borrowed, money from, to finance their business. Some of them, they are facing so many huge losses now, so many huge debts. And we all know Nigeria. Nigeria is not a place where, in terms of insurance, that people have insurance to cover things. So a lot of people are facing losses. And I also think it's, they're destroying all these companies and all these, what they seem to forget is that most of these, companies, and most of the, the owners, they're actually employing other Nigerians as well. So now what's going to happen to all these people that were employed by all these people that had all these businesses? They're going to be out of jobs as well. They're going to be out of employment. So people, we need to think. I know it's painful, the way the protesters were shot dead and everything, but I also think, destroying people's properties and vandalizing and damaging things is not the right way to go. Or guys, what do you guys think? Let me go to the comments again. Quero Allen is saying, fashion, I've just joined your family. Thank you very much, Quero Allen. IBK is saying, this is true, host. Oh, thank you for agreeing with me, sister. IBK is saying, guys, keep the chat clean. Thank you very much. A29 is saying, let's show love the right way, guys. Thank you. Financial Lady is saying, right on, host. Thank you, Financial Lady, for your support. Say me, so they always support you because you be my number one original Financial Lady. A29 is saying, big, genuinely, guys. Thank you. She's also, A29 is also saying, smash the like, guys. Thank you. IBK is saying, go on, host. Mimi Bix is saying, A29, you're right. And A29 is saying, okay, I will check now. Yes, yes, like I was saying, I think, destroying property, I know people are frustrated, people are angry, because how can you just kill innocent people? I mean, these people have been frustrated for years. I mean, you live in a country where there's wealth. Let's face it, Nigeria is a rich country. I mean, if you look at all these politicians, how much they embezzle, Nigeria is a very, very rich country. These are frustrated youth. A lot of them are just hopeless. They don't have any hope, because these people, after going to university studying, like your parents have struggled to pay the fees and everything, and then you come out, there are no jobs, and you can't get any job because you don't know anybody, because you don't know who is who. Because we all know Nigeria, to get good jobs, you have to have the connections, you have to have this, you have to have that, you have to know somebody that knows somebody, and if you don't know anybody, then it means you are totally hopeless. And they see all these politicians, like they see them, with their flashy lifestyles and everything. They travel abroad for treatment. And that's another thing that really upsets me about all these politicians. A lot of them travel abroad. They know the way things are. They go to Germany, they go to Spain, they go to US, they go to whatever. They know the level of infrastructure. They see the roads. The roads are good. They see there's 24-hour electricity. Everything works. There's water. There's never a fuel shortage. And you look at us in Nigeria, where we actually have the oil. We the ones that are always having fuel shortage every single time. And what happens when there's a fuel scarcity in Nigeria? Everything goes up in price. Everything becomes expensive. Everybody suffers. It's like this so-called government. They don't pity the plight of the innocent and average Nigerians. They just don't care. As long as they are okay, as long as they have their mansions, as long as they have their businesses, their companies in different countries, and most of them, they buy. I mean, how many properties can one person have? I mean, I was reading the other time, like this EFCC chairman or whatever, Magu or whatever his name is, that he was recently embroiled in all these fraud cases. Imagine the EFCC Oga at the top that's meant to be going after corrupt people, that's meant to be going after people stealing, is actually the number one, army robber. Imagine. I remember I was reading some cases about him, and they were listing some of the properties, like, I mean, what does one person want to do, like, with more than 20 houses? And how many houses can you even live in? These people, I don't even understand their mentality. And they just want to gather and hoard money and properties and everything. I mean, and you guys are surprised what's happening to Tinubu now as well. That's why I keep telling people, you might be treating people badly. You might think you're untouchable, but I'm telling you, one day will be one day. Just like it's exactly what Fela used to think. One day could be one day. One day could be one day. Guys, I suggest if you want to know, have a full, like picture of what's happening in Nigeria now, I suggest you listen to any of Fela's records. This Fela sang all this in the 70s, in the 80s, but still everything that is sang in those songs, they are still happening till today. He talked about oppression, you know, he talked about indiscipline, he talked about injustice, he talked about corruption, everything that Fela sang about. We still, you know, 50 years after, we're still going through the same thing. I mean, when are we going to, you know, like sit down and say enough is enough? That's the number one reason why I don't want all these protests to stop by all the youth, because it's very sad that everything had to take a very, very violent momentum and take a violent turn, because I believe that the protests were gaining ground, they were gaining momentum, and everybody all around the world, you know, they were, and I'm sure the politicians were very afraid, because they knew it was the start of the revolution, because, you know, they knew that it was spreading like a wildfire, because everybody was, you know, from, you know, like heads of state. Hillary Clinton said something about endsars. Bill Clinton said something about even Obama. You know, most of the Hollywood stars as well, musicians, Beyonce. So they knew they were feeling the heat. That's why they had to suggest something, you know, like they had to think of something to stop all the protests, because they knew they were feeling uneasy. You know, when you've done something wrong and you are, you know, and all the evidence is just coming up and the smoke is rising and you just sit down for there and the heat don't they burn your ear small. That's exactly what's happened to them. Let me go back to the comment section. Financial lady is saying, yes, I don't like that aspect. Queralan is saying, Mimi Biggs just hugged you. Okay, nice. You can hug, you can bake, you can shake, you can, you know, as long as everything is done, you know, in a very, very correct manner. Financial lady said the youth should look for those political property. But financial lady, God bless you. You know, I know it sounds wrong, because I was just thinking to myself, like, it's not fair them going after all these innocent people's properties. I mean, most of these people as well, they are struggling. Most of them, you know, took out loans. I was thinking, why can't they go after people like Tinubu, like all this money that they have, all these properties? Why couldn't they go and destroy it? But I think that would be a wrong, you know, like a wrong approach, because, you know, where will it stop when they just destroying things and destroying things? Adefunke Abobade, oh, thank you very much, sis. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for coming on board. You're saying the government needs a complete overhaul. That's a very good one. Anyway, I'll come to that later. So as I was saying, you know, like the youth is because the youth are, you know, they went on damaging things because they are frustrated. And let's not face it. Let's face the truth as well. You know, most of these people that are destroying properties, a lot of them are not genuine protesters. This is why it really hurts me, because people like Faz, you know, Faz the bad guy, Sheon Kuti, they were gaining momentum. I mean, you know, the movement was a very, very worthy movement. It was a very, very worthy cause. It was gaining momentum. Everybody, you know, like we all supported the idea. But now, as soon as it turned violent, it's like almost I pray that all their hard work will not be in vain. Because now the government are going to turn it around and say, oh, but you wanted something, you wanted endsars, we ended SARS, and then you told you to stop protesting, you didn't stop, and now you are damaging all the properties. I mean, it's wrong, you know, like we have to think about it. All damaging properties is not the way to go, because it's just hurting people, it's just hurting innocent people, because it's just going to make things worse for ordinary people. Do you think all these things have been damaged? Do you think it's affecting the politicians? Politicians that has like 5, 6, 7 houses scattered all around the world. At any moment, they can just spam, they touch on their private jets or whatever, first class, they are in any country they want. I mean, look at Tinubu, for example. After causing all the chaos, all the madness and everything, what did he do? He ran away to France or wherever he went to. Somebody even said that maybe he's even in UK. I don't even know. Most of these politicians, they're so selfish and it's so unfair. They don't care about the average people, because they have the means. You know, if anything happens to them, just, you know, small mosquito bite, they can go anywhere. They can get the best healthcare. They can go to India, they can go to South Africa, they can go to America, Canada, UK, you name it. But what happens to the ordinary Nigerians that doesn't even have that can't even afford 3 square meals? Talk about, you know, talk less of having a passport. What happens to them? Who is going to cry for them? Who is going to cry for all the market women on the streets that don't have anything? All the poor children, the 4, 5-year-old, 6-year-old children. I mean, have you seen all the ages of those children hawking oranges it just makes my heart bleed every time I'm in the streets and I see children. The children that should be in school, some of them are walking barefooted and they are hawking oranges, hawking fruits. And sometimes you can even, you can even count how much, everything costs on their head. Sometimes it's not even more than 5,000 naira. And these children will be walking up and down on the streets. I mean, if you guys check out another video I posted on my channel recently, where that 11-year-old boy was working on brick making factory. He was making blocks. I mean, this boy, this 11-year-old boy, he was doing back breaking work, something that a man should be doing. This young boy was doing it. He was doing it non-stop. And I just pitied him. I just said, this is unfair. And this is a country where we have so-called leaders. And let's face it, Nigeria is a rich country. Don't get it twisted. Nigeria is a very, very rich country. The amount of money that has gone through Nigeria, I'm telling you, there's no reason why Nigeria should not be on par with places like Dubai or places like Germany. If we had the good leaders with good intentions and proper management, there's no reason why Nigeria should not be, at the top 10, one of the top 10 countries in the world right now. It's just very sad because we have selfish, corrupt leaders. Let me go back to the comments. Financially, they're saying, let's go to the top. Mama OJ is saying, God heal our land. Yeah, you are very right. But like I always say, like I said earlier on as well in this stream, we can say God do this, God do that from now till eternity. We can pray in tongues, pray morning, day, and night, fast. But if people that are meant to do the right thing don't do the right thing, Nigeria is not going to change. Let's just face it. Most of these countries, most of these European countries, the leaders don't even believe in anything. Some of them don't even believe there is a God, which is, that's wrong anyway. But why would they even believe? Because everything works. They switch on the light, electricity is there 24/7. They turn on their taps, water is there. The roads are good. There's anything wrong with that, they go to the hospitals. They have the best healthcare facilities. They have 24-hour. Everything is there. So why would they even believe in anything? Their roads are good, but look at our roads in Nigeria, for Christ's sake. How many people have died on Nigerian roads? My hometown of Shagamu, for example, if you see the condition of our roads in Nigeria, in Shagamu, you just cry. They are death traps. That's why so many. It's like, why is life so cheap in Nigeria? That's what it's like. Life is so cheap. Is it because we have such a big population? Maybe because we are 206 million people. I'm not sure. But life seems so cheap in Nigeria. Even like looking at the videos, some of the videos I've seen, it's terrible the way we human beings, treat each other. Even today, I was reading of reports in, I think it was in Kotun. I think 5 boys as well. They were looting a warehouse or something. They were shot dead. And then what did they do? The youth, they actually retaliated by killing a policeman. Actually, the 2 policemen that were killed in Ikotun, and I had one. I was actually with his 7-year-old daughter. Imagine the policeman, just because, does it mean it was the one? Is it the cause of all the problems? Was it the one that shot this protest? It wasn't. It was just there. It was just happened to be on the street, with his 7-year-old daughter, and somebody recognized him and they pointed him out. And the next thing, in front of the 7-year-old daughter, they beat him, and they killed him right on the spot. I mean, why are we so heartless? The same thing. I saw another post, another part of the country where a policeman was, he was killed. That he was. I mean, why? Why is life so cheap? It's not everything that we have to blame our government, for. It's not everything that's Buhari's fault. It's not everything that's the politicians' fault. Some of these things we need to shoulder the responsibility ourselves, because change, begins with the average man on the street. Change begins with you and I. It's you and I doing the right thing, being at the right place at the right time, doing the right thing, and saying no to corruption. I mean, we let's face it. Corruption is almost inbred in every Nigerian, because every Nigerian thinks if you don't do mago mago, or then it means say soji, it means say too sharp. Everybody, there's that mentality that you always have to gain something before you do something. You always have to gain from something, and it's almost embedded. Even in Nigeria now, you send somebody, even a little child, you send them to go and buy fuel. They buy fuel 2,000. You send them to buy 2,000 naira fuel. They buy 1,800 naira fuel or 1,500 naira. The remaining, they use it to buy suya. They quickly chop the suya before they reach out. That's just Nigerian mentality. You can't trust anybody. You can't trust the drivers. You can't trust. It's like everybody wants to gain something from the next person. But I'm not sure. Maybe the reason why people act the way they I know one of the reasons is corruption. Is poverty. It's caused by poverty. Let's face it. And poverty is mainly caused in Nigeria by corruption. If everything was the way it should be, if people did the right thing, if these politicians were not so greedy, then there'll be enough money to circulate, and people won't be as desperate. let's face it, there's so much desperation. And I mean, most of these people that are going around destroying things, it's because they have no hope. I mean, do you know what it feels like when you wake up and there's no job for you, there's no food, there's nothing. You just have to be on the streets. It's hunger, it's years of anguish and pain. That's why they're expressing. I'm not supporting, vandalism or any other barbaric acts, but I'm just saying this is years of bottled up emotions, and that's what they always say. There's a saying that a popular saying that one day the poor will not have anything to eat except the rich. That's exactly what's happening now. I'm sorry to say, just like Burna Boy said in his one of these new records, he said, "This we are the monsters you made. These are the monsters the Nigerian government made. All the governments decade in, decade out, year in, year out, they have come, and gone and come back again just for the sole purpose of embezzling money, embezzling public funds with impunity, and having shared such disregard for the plight of the average Nigerian. These are the years of neglect. These are the years of pain. These are the years of the pain that they're feeling. I mean, look at the way those youth were slaughtered in the street. Look at the way Nigerian police just pick up a gun and shoot people. I mean, look at do you see the images of the daughters clutching to their son in the pool of their own blood? I mean, what kind of it's just really sad. It's a very, very sad state of affairs in Nigeria. I mean, let's go to the comments. Quero Allen is saying Mimi Biggs just okay. That I read that already. Adefunke is saying very true on that point. Financially, they're saying amen at Mama. Financially, they're saying on points, host. Financially, the one is saying right done, host. We listen. Mimi Big said you are so host. Quero is saying too bad. 829 is saying I hear you, host. Quero is saying absolutely true. Afi is saying sad. It's very, very sad. I'm telling you. And IBK is saying I watched the youth going into a warehouse for rice. Oh, I mean. Did you guys see the video of the the looters in the warehouse? I mean, it shows there's so much hunger in the land. And also, did you see what happened at the Oba of Lagos Palace as well? I mean, that was just crazy. Did you see the youth, those kids? Some were even wearing his shoes. They went with the Opashe or the royal staff. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, because in Yoruba culture, in my culture, it's a taboo for the staff of office to be taken away from the king. I mean, it shows that there's no law and order in Nigeria anymore. Everything has just disintegrated. Everything has just become, a joke. Everything has just become chaotic. It's just become anarchy. It's just becoming a very, very lawless society where nobody pays attention to the law. Nobody, because even the people that implement these laws and they don't even enact them. They're the first people that will break them. All our so-called politicians, they're the same. They use their money to break laws and they bribe judges. So what do you expect the average man on the streets to do when our politicians are the ones causing the most problems for us? I mean, in Nigeria, there's nobody actually pays attention to the law. That's why these youth are out on the streets destroying things, vandalizing property that doesn't belong to them. Did you guys also see a video I posted on my channel? It was, I don't know what part of the country it was. Can you believe that these people actually hijacked a lorry full of goats and chicken, and they just started looting the lorry. I mean, it was just really crazy. You should see the men, with the goats struggling to walk with goats on their back. Even this woman, I think the woman, she to get liver. The woman was afraid, so she only grabbed 2 chickens. I mean, it just shows the desperation and the level of lawlessness in Nigeria. And I think it's wrong. All these people that are going around looting things, I think this is just stealing. There's a difference between protesting and stealing. All this one just going into people's things and taking their properties. I don't support that. That is just totally wrong. 829 is saying smash the like, guys. Thank you very much, sis. Maybe Biggs is saying Favor Lamide, thank you very much for coming on board. I really appreciate your presence. You said, host, I shared you out. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Financial Lady is saying you are right, host. I mean, it's just terrible. I mean, different parts of the country, there's just been chaos. There's just been mayhem. Did you see the one that happened in Benin, in Edo as well? Did you see I think the police station was burned down as well, and people were looting the warehouse, taking rice, oh my God, everything is just become lawlessness. It's very, very sad. I mean, another thing I don't understand, like, all these protesters like going to the police stations and releasing all these criminals. I mean, what is the sense in going to a police station and releasing criminals? Most of these criminals, they in there because of the very, very terrible crimes they might have committed. Some of them might be rapists, some of them might be murderers, they might have murdered so many people, they might have done so many crazy and dangerous, and then you are releasing them back into the public, and then you have burned the police station. And when these criminals, when they come back, obviously there are no jobs for them. What are they going to do? They're going to go back into their criminal activities. And when they come and rape you or kill you or do something, and then who are you going to call? Are you going to call the same police where you've actually burnt down their police station? You actually killed them. So who are we going to turn to? So you can see the repercussions of actions. We have to understand that with every action there's always a reaction and there's always repercussions. So that's why people need to be very, very careful. All this destroying of things, is the innocent people that are still going to come back and suffer. What is the sense of you going to a police station and releasing people that have been jailed without even knowing the offenses they committed, and then you're thinking you're doing, you're protesting, or because at the end of the day, I pray that we don't end up, hurting ourselves even more. Blessing IBK is saying I'm still here, but on LS. Okay, thank you very much, Blessing IBK. You are doing very, very well. I really appreciate your support. So yes, as I was saying, so it's like it's just very, very sad when you think about all the things that's happening in Nigeria now, all the things that have happened in the past. But I think it's very, very important that the youth do not give up. Not just the youth, because we just can't be saying that the youth is everybody, is every citizen of Nigeria, whether young, whether old, whether male, whether female, whether you're in Nigeria, whether you're in the diaspora, you have to put in your own fight. You have to speak. You have to use any platform you have. I'm using this platform, this my Goka TV channel. Use any platform you have, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Facebook. Share things. If you see things that's wrong, post them. So because these our leaders need to understand that we are simply tired of their excesses. We are tired of their corruption. We are tired of their inhumane activities. We are tired of their we're just tired of being tired in Nigeria. We are tired of being tired because there's no hope. There's no future. That's why the young men, there's no hope. That's why they go into fraudulent activities. That's why they go into Yahoo. That's why they start stealing ladies' pants just to make money, and they start going into ritual killing because there's no hope. And everybody wants to get rich quickly. That's why our ladies, they have no choice but to engage in Oloshoism or become Oloshos, or as our people say it, and become prostitutes. Because let's face it, what hope do they have? Because there are no jobs. And the politicians, the elite, they don't even, there's opportunities to create these jobs. But in Nigeria, it's always, if you don't know somebody, then you can't even get anywhere in life. I mean, this approach and this mentality is what is killing us. Is what is very, very, is just making things worse for us, But I believe, because I was watching another stream, I think it was yesterday on YouTube, on someone's YouTube channel, and the host actually invited somebody to speak, and the person was actually very, very pessimistic, and they said, "Oh, there's no hope for Nigeria. That Nigeria can never get better in this, in this lifetime." But I don't share that same sentiment, and I don't share that same belief, because I believe Nigeria could actually, become, like much better, much improved than it actually is now, because it's just about us changing our mentality. It's just about us saying no is no. It's just about us saying no to all these people that have been oppressing us for decades, saying no to all these greedy politicians, saying no to all the oppressors, saying no to all the people that use our youth, during elections to destroy the electoral process. They send, imagine, there's an election going on. What did they do? They send youth. These same youth now, they are dying, they are, in the streets protesting. They're the same youth they're going to use to disrupt elections just to favor them. They make them snatch ballot boxes and destroy electoral posts and things like. And these are the things that we need to say no to. We need to say no, 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 no. No to all these godfathers, and no to all these people that think they are untouchable. That's why I'm very, very happy with what's happening with Tinubu right now, because he's feeling the heat right now. I'm telling you, he's feeling the amount of hatred. There's so much hatred for that man right now. I'm telling you, if people get hold of him, I pray, I pray they don't hurt him badly, or even kill him, because he needs to be very, very careful, because it's one of the problems of this Nigeria. I mean, only your daughter is the Yaloja. Imagine your own daughter, Yaloja, that's a post that's reserved for the well-to-do elderly women in society. You not give it to your daughter. You're once a senator, you're governor, you are a leader of APC. In fact, you own. It's like you almost own Lagos State. It's company, Tinubu's company, Alpha Beta or whatever it's called. It controls. I think is it 2% of all the taxes that comes into Lagos State. I don't know if you understand what that means. Even 2% of what comes into Lagos State is a lot of money, because let's face it, Lagos State, the GDP of Lagos State is even more than some like African countries. Just Lagos State on its own, the amount of wealth in Lagos State is more than some African countries GDP wealth combined. So you have to understand what's at stake in Lagos State. I mean, why are you so greedy? How much money does one man want to have? How much influence does one man want to have? How much control does one man want to have? Tinubu, and it is so sad because it's lost the trust, it's lost the love, and it's lost the support of the Yoruba people. Because I'm telling you right now, I don't think he has any chance. If he was thinking that he could go for if he could contest the presidential elections in 2023, I'm telling you, I have news for him. I don't think he ain't going nowhere, because let's face it, people are fed up, people are tired, because he's been part of this the problems with Nigeria. All this elitism, all this godfatherism, all this, it's only me, it's only my family that should be there. I mean, your son is there, your daughter is there, your wife is there, and I even heard that he's actually grooming his son to become the next governor of Lagos State after Sanwo-Olu leaves the office. I mean, just imagine, is it a family business that only you want to control a state, for your own selfish? How much money do you need? And did you see the way he scampered like a rat? He scampered like a rat, to France when the heat became unbearable. This is what I'm talking about. All these politicians, they always have plan B. They have access to go to any country they want. And this is also the time that all these Western countries, this is time that they need to act as well, because they're also guilty. Is all these Western countries, for example, especially England, that put us in the mess that we are in today anyway, because they're the ones that came to our land and destroyed everything, removed all the control of all our kings, and they forced us to become one country just because of their selfish interests. So they need to feel the effects as well. They need to feel the heat, And all these Western countries, they're just as guilty, because where all these politicians that steal money, most of them don't keep the money in Nigeria. What do? They take the money abroad. They take it to They take it to Dubai. They take it to England. They take it to the US, and they invest the money there. And the governments know that all this money is there. I mean, go to people in the UK. Go to like Knightsbridge. Their houses worth like more than 20 million pounds, and they're being owned by Nigerian politicians. And these governments know it. So that's why it was really, I found it really, really hurtful, when people said, when this massacre happened in Lekki, and people were saying, oh, we need to appeal to UK, we need to appeal to the United Nations. I mean, do you think they care about? They're just laughing. They say, oh, look at them, look at them, look at the baboons. They don't look at them. They can't even govern themselves. Do you think they care about us? I'm asking you, do you think they actually care about us? Do you think they care about what's happening in Nigeria? The only reason why they might care is because of the oil. Let's face it. The Oyinbo people only support us or get involved if there's something at stake for them. I'm telling you. Look at what happened in Libya when they removed Gaddafi. Do you think they just removed Gaddafi because Gaddafi was being bad to his people or whatever? Because they knew that once they get rid of him, then the oil, they can have easy access. Whenever the Oyinbo people support, or get involved in African, it's because there's something at stake. If it's a country where there's no money or there's no resources, they just leave them to kill themselves, and but they will have interest in Nigeria because of our oil. Even I remember even the Biafra war as well. When the Igbos were trying to break away from Nigeria, and there was a war, I believe in 1963 or so. Most of the countries were supporting, like the UK, they were supporting Nigeria, the Nigerian forces. But I think France was actually supporting the Biafran people, the Igbos, Why? Because of the oil in the land. Anyway, then that's another topic for another day. If you guys want to know most of the things, check out my channel. That I've done so many videos about Nigeria, about the history of Nigeria, about why I don't believe Nigeria can work as a country, about my support for Oduduwa Republic and Nigeria. There's so many videos there. So let me go to the comments again. Financial lady is saying you deserve it. Yes, he's right. Because how can only you try to control so many things that should be benefiting the lives of ordinary people? Only you won't chop and you won't chop and you don't bellyful, but you still want over bellyful. I mean, why are people so heartless? Financial lady saying, well done, us, we are listening. Thank you, Ma. Favor Lamide saying they don't care about us. They only care about our money. No, that's so now. No, it's just yana. That's so. Mama OG is saying yes. So because these Weibo people, they don't care. I'm telling you, they don't care about us. They're only there for their own self. That's why it really hurts me when people are saying we should go to the UN. If you listen to Fela's records, if you get what the things he was saying about the UN, even then, it's the same thing that's still happening then. The UN will come. He was saying something about. I think the song. He said something. He sang something in one of the songs like, "We're saying united about the United Nations." Like what's united about the United Nations? That the United Nations is full of countries that hate themselves. The countries that a lot of countries that are fighting war. They are at war with each other. What was so united about the United Nations? And this is the same United Nations that we are telling us to take our matter, carry our matter, go meet them. You think they just say, you people, you black, you just go and get out. Do you think we care? It's about us, taking charge and taking, charge of our own affairs as Nigerians. We need to take charge and take control of our own affairs as Nigerians. We can't just be relying on other people, or saying, oh, somebody needs to come and, to come and intervene before we know what's right. I mean, it's just sad. Dami, thank you, sis. Dami, thank you for coming. I really, really appreciate your presence. You said overgreedy is the problem of Nigeria's leader. Yes, so that's the problem with Nigeria is overgreedy. They just so and like I said earlier on as well in this stream, like I know we always saying the government this. We know the government are bad, but then we can't blame the government. We can't blame everything on the government. It's about, like I said, if Nigeria is going to get better, it's going to start with everybody. Whether you are male, whether you're female, whether you are young, that's why we need to educate our children as well. It's our children in Nigeria that the way things have been going is not the right way. We need to let them know, because even if things don't change in our own generation, in our own lifetime, let's pray for a better future for our children. In Nigeria, the way a better life, a better Nigeria, where they can actually grow up and amount to be something. That should be our dream. Let's face it, no matter where you are in the world, you might be in Spain, you might be in Germany, you might be even if you have the nationality, if you have their passport, I'm telling you, even if you carry their passport, they don't see you as one of them. I'm telling you, you can be in UK, you can have British passports, but at the end of the day, they will still tell you are from wherever you are from originally. The passport is just something that will make life easy, something that make you go from A to B and make you have access to certain things, more easily, unless you want to deceive yourself. There's no place like home, and Nigeria is home, no matter where you are in the world. That's why, and if you think, oh, because you are in the Western world, because you are abroad, you are in Europe, you are anywhere, you are comfortable, you don't care about what's happening in Nigeria, then you're only deceiving yourself, because let's face it, once you are in diaspora, everything that happens in Nigeria will affect you. As you all know, because the people back home, you have to support them. You have to support them financially. You have to support them, in every way, because a lot of them don't have. So it's for everybody's good, especially people in diaspora, for Nigeria to be a better country, so that there will be less reliance and less, dependence on the Nigerian diasporans. Let me go back to the comment section. Financial lady is saying, Dami, you are absolutely right. Yes, so she is very right. So financial lady. Mimi Biggs is saying at Polon Show, haha. What's the joke? Oh, make her know. Financial lady is saying they don't care. Oh, financial lady is also, they don't turn all of us to political. All of us are not politicians. This event is made everybody angry, because we need to talk. this is the time for us to talk, because enough is enough. Because as you know, what always happens in Nigeria, you know, there's always, hey, but then at the end of the day, they do some wayo tactics, they do some mago, and all of us we keep quiet. Like Fela said, suffering and smiling. We'll be suffering and smiling year in, year out, day in, day out. And then something happens again, we shout again, and they say something and we calm down again. But how long is this going to go on for? This is the time that we need to speak out. That's why I support all these protests. I support all the protests, you know, but not a violent protest, because I don't believe that Nigeria is worth anybody's lives, especially all the poor innocent youth. It's not worth their lives. I think the protests now need to take a new dimension. It needs to take a new direction. You know, it needs to be more strategic. It needs to be more tactical, because let's face it, it's not just, it's good that people are going on the streets, you know, like people are going on the streets protesting and people are demanding for a better life, but that's not the only way you can protest. You can protest in so many different ways. You can protest by striking. You can protest by, you know, now we have, this is a digital age where we have smartphone, we have camera, we have internet, we have social media, we have YouTube. So now a lot of things can be exposed easily. You know, in this day and time, if something happens now in Nigeria, within 2 minutes, they know about it in India or in America or in UK, because technology has afforded us the ability to spread information faster and quicker than before. Financial Lady is saying Fela is a hero. He has said it all. Financial Lady, you don't understand. You can ask anybody that knows me. I love Fela dying, eh? No day wey I know they listen to Fela, because everything where Fela don't talk that time, you see they happen for now for Naija. All the thing where he don't talk, you see they happen for this for night. And Financially is saying, please, if you are just coming, thumbs up for the host. Thank you very much, ma'am. Financial Lady, I really appreciate all this, your efforts. You know, God bless you. God continue to promote you. So, guys, if you are just coming in, make sure you like. So, back to this issue as well of Buhari's speech. Where they talk about disappointments. I pray we'll never be disappointed in life. I pray none of us will be disappointed. All of you watching me right now, I pray we will never be disappointed in life. You know, did you guys actually watch his speech, Buhari's speech? Now so I just sit down, they watch, I just look at. After the speech, I just open mouth. I don't even know if I understand anything when he talk for that speech, because I don't just understand waiting the man with all the issue where they on ground and the thing where the man yarn. I just think, see, which kind of nonsense speech with this one. Guys, the speech was absolutely disappointing. I mean, it was shocking. I'll be honest with you, you know, I personally, I don't expect much from Buhari. I won't lie to you. Is it not the same Buhari that during all the, remember now, during all the time of the COVID lockdown and everything, that people will be waiting, when is he going to talk? When is he going to say something? I mean, is this a leader? I mean, with the kind of intellectual people we have in Nigeria, with the kind of academics, with the kind of people that have talent, I mean, is this the kind of person that should be leading Nigeria? It's very, very painful, you know, like the fact that as Nigeria is big. I mean, we are about 206 million people. You want to tell me somebody like Buhari? Did you see the way he was even reading the speech, as if he wanted to quickly go and chop tuwo and space his malu on his farm? I mean, it's very, very, it's just really, really upsetting, and it really is heartbreaking. I mean, it did not even, not for once did it even mention those innocent people that were shot. It didn't even say anything about them. And the way the speech was like, okay, yeah, you people said you wanted SARS, you wanted us to end SARS. We've ended SARS, and why are you now still protesting? You know, because if you notice the end SARS protest, you find they ended SARS whatever, but they replaced by this SWAT, you know, whatever team as well, and everybody they were angry because they knew, you know, Nigerian people now, Nigerian Maradona and Mago behavior. They just wanted to, you know, change the name and still leave, you know, the unit, but obviously just be known as a different name, so that they'll say at least we've ended SARS. So let's just give them this thing called SWAT. But deep down, undercover, it's still SWAT. Another thing, I watched this video today. One of the ladies, one of the protesters that was at Lekki when they were being shot. I mean, I was watching the video. She was just recounting her ordeal. She was just, recounting what happened, telling us, and She's, you know, they switched off the lights. Imagine in a civilized country, they switched off the lights, you know, and it was dark. And they started shooting innocent people in the dark as if they're on the warfare, as if they're playing a video game. And also to know that this thing, whoever planned this thing, they knew what they were doing. It was all premeditated. I'm not going to lie to you. They knew they came there for the sole purpose of destroying people and destroying lives. Let's face it, they didn't go to Alausa where the protest was at a very, very, you know, like boiling point. They didn't go to all the other local areas. They went to affluent area of Lekki when they knew the protesters are very peaceful. They're very calm. And most likely they won't even have any weapons, and they started shooting them. Imagine, is this a country? You think about it. Is this the kind of country that we want, where people will just be shot like animals just for protesting, just for saying they want a better life, just because of they saying we want better healthcare, we want better roads, we want better opportunities for our youth, because they don't have no jobs, there's no employment. We want better amenities. We want drinking water. We want access to electricity, to education, just normal things that people should have, like a civilized country. And let's face it, there's money in Nigeria. That's why a lot of people are even angry. They're much angrier because they know there's money, there's wealth in this country. You know, there's wealth. Let's face it, there's a lot of wealth in Nigeria. Not just economic resources, not just mineral resources, but in terms of intellectual capacity. Let's look at all the look at most of you now as well. Most of you are in diaspora. Look at the talents that you have. You know, look at the kind of the wealth that you have. Look at the kind of skills that you have. Imagine all of us, you know, like we come together, and all of you that are in diaspora, you go to Nigeria with your skills and your experience, and we work together. Do you know the kind of country we will build in Nigeria? Even I was reading something. They said in America, even though you know, the black people in America, they're just the minority. I think they just 2% of the whole population in America. But actually, in terms of, you know, when you look at black people in America, they said Nigerians in America, they are in the bracket of the highest earners. You know, like they earn, when it comes to the people that earn the biggest salaries, the black people in America that earn the biggest salaries, Nigerians are number one. Because let's face it, Nigerians, we are hardworking people. With Nigerians, we be correct hustlers. Nigerians will do anything to survive. That's why, do you know how many Nigerians have died? You know, they have died trying to cross to enter Spain. They have died in the Sahara Desert. Do you know how many people? Because they are tired of the way we are living. Do you know how many Nigerians are facing hardship when they cross over and they finally get to Italy and everything? Do you know the kind of pain that they go through? Why? If Nigeria was a good country, nobody would be risking their lives to try to cross, you know, in the canoe on the Atlantic Ocean and all these things. Nobody will be leaving Nigeria, because let's just face it, things are just not right. Things are not the way they should be. Financial lady saying they want us to be telling them Sasa. Exactly. You see, you are very, very right, financial lady. I'll come back to that point now. 829 is saying crazy. Financial lady saying that cartoon I watch you. Like what financial lady said, you know, Nigeria, you know, like one thing I always know about Nigeria is that, you know, the people that are in power, you know, the powers that be, the people that have power in Nigeria, do you know that they don't actually want Nigeria to be better? Do you know that? That's just a fact, because if Nigeria is better, then it's not going to be good for them, because they won't be able to embezzle money like they used to. They won't be able to do things, you know, that they enjoy the power. You know, they want people. It's so sad. It's just the mentality of Nigerians. They want to have the power. They want to have the money to be able to influence everything, to be able to bribe the judge, to be able to pay the youth off, to go and kill each other, and to go and destroy the election process and everything. It's just that quest for power and that for wealth, that greed. I mean, you know, what's going to happen to all this wealth that they are amassing? Because one day is you know, if you keep on, you know, amassing wealth that is not from your hard work or is not from your sweat, one day it's just going to be like strangers that are just going to go there and destroy everything and, you know, pull everything down. This is one thing they don't understand, and they act like they're going to live forever. You know, I pray that it's not going to be a situation of their children's children paying for their own, you know, for their crimes long after they've gone. Because these people don't have any conscience. They don't seem to have any conscience. They don't care about the plight of the ordinary human beings. I mean, if people like Tinubu, if he had nothing, you know, if he didn't have no skeletons in his cupboard, why did he have to run to Europe? Tell me, why did he have to go to France or go to UK or go anywhere for that matter if he doesn't have any skeletons in his cupboard? Mama is saying, now, wow. And another thing, you know, a lot of people have been saying Tinubu was responsible for the, you know, for ordering the soldiers to shoot those protesters. I don't actually think so. Because number one, I don't think, you know, Buhari, number one, Tinubu is not even in the Nigerian government, so he can't give orders to the army to go there. And the army that went there as well, till today, till now, as I'm speaking to you, the Nigerian army has not even come forward to say these are so people that did this thing, that carried out this operation. These are the people that shot these innocent children. I think I was watching channels this morning, and one of the army representatives, he came on air and he was saying, oh, everything was photoshopped, you know, nobody died, nobody was shot. I was like, really? I was like, are you for real? I mean, these are the kind of things I keep saying in Nigeria. We've just been used to this kind of behavior, this kind of you know, like disregard by our leaders, that we are just become accustomed and we are used to it, because we are used to them telling us bullshit and we always fall for it. I mean, we always are, because that's all we know. We don't know better, because everybody knows this thing is black, but you tell me it's white, and somebody else will tell me it's white, and then we agree it's white. That's the mentality that we've, you know, embraced for so long in Nigeria. And I pray that, you know, we're going to let go of that mentality, that the average citizen of Nigeria will let go of that mentality of, you know, being corrupt, being hypocritical, being vicious, being selfish, being greedy. Let's face it, you know, these politicians, they're so greedy. And the worst thing is that they rub it in our faces. I mean, look at Dino Melaye, for example. Dino Melaye was one of the most useless politicians we've ever had in the history of Nigeria. I mean, look, this is someone that, you know, he flashes all his ill-gotten wealth. He flashes all over social media. He'll be showing, oh, see, I just bought this car. It's worth 200 million naira. I just bought this. How many cars do you want to have, for Christ's sake? Only you have like 50 cars. With doing what? These are the cars that if you sold them, they can even you know, they can change the lives of a whole community. And then you'll be showing off your wealth, your ill-gotten wealth. You'll be showing it on Instagram, and then the so-called Nigerians that are suffering, they'll be the ones as well, you know, like hailing them, saying, "Oh, Baba Milo, Dino Melaye, hey, carry go, Baba, we did behind you. You are doing well." It just shows that we have such a warped, you know, like mentality in Nigeria. We don't get our priorities right. And the things that we place value on in Nigeria as well. That's why we suffer all the things we suffering now. Because Nigerians, let's face it, as a people, we are greedy, we are corrupt, and also we are too materialistic. Everybody wants to drive a 2020 car. Everybody wants to have this. Everybody wants to have that. Everyone wants to be big girl on Instagram. You know, these are the things that are killing us. These are the things that are wrecking us. Because in Nigeria, we believe so much in status symbol. We believe so much in wealth. We believe so much in, oh, if I have this, then I can oppress these people. Then they will bow down to me and they will say, yes, sir, yes, sir. And then if I say anything, they won't challenge me. That's the mentality we have in Nigeria, and it needs to stop. Because we keep on blaming our government. Sometimes I think maybe even Nigerians would deserve the kind of leaders we have. Because let's face it, it's the leaders are chosen from us. The leaders are us, and we are the leaders, because they're chosen from us, because they're just a reflection of the way we do things in Nigeria. Let me go back to the comments. Financial lady is saying, God help us. Yes, so not be smart, you know. Blessing IBK is saying, keep going, guys. Yes, Febola Mide, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Said thumbs up for the host. Yes, so it's very, very sad. And this other thing. So now, what I'm thinking now is, okay, now that all these protests, you know, they went violent. Well, I wouldn't even say the protests went violent, because the protesters are not the one causing all this violence and destroying things. What I'm saying is that now that people have protested, and you know, and what do you guys think should be the next step? Because let's face it, ending SARS is not the solution to Nigerians' problem. Like I've said on one of my videos, even ending SARS is not the solution to the policing problems we have in Nigeria. So what do you guys think should be the next step, that'll be taken by not just the youth of Nigeria, but by the citizens of Nigeria in terms of protesting for a better way of life, protesting for less corruption, for good governance, for better employment aspects, for prospects for the graduates, for better healthcare, for better amenities, electricity, education. What do you think should be the next level now? What do you think people should do? What do you think the protesters should do that will stop them from getting shot as well? So guys, please let me know in the comment section. Let me know, what you think should happen now. What do you think should be done by the protesters now? Because we don't want to keep saying this loss of lives, because loss of lives is of no use. It's not worth using your life, for Nigeria. So Favor Lamide is saying thumbs up for the host. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the way for, I think, the protests are good, but then I think it needs to be more organized and it needs to be more structured. That's one thing. That's one my personal opinion of the protest. I think there should be clear leaders of the. I think there should be a political party as well that just be represented by some of the youth of Nigeria, because I think it's now we need to stand up, especially the youth as well of Nigeria needs to stand up to all these elites. They need to stand up to this wrong and warped way of doing things. All these business as usual leaders, all these corrupt 70-year-old, 65-year-old leaders, they have no business being at the realms of our affairs anymore. They have no business being in control of the seats of power anymore, because they're not in tune with our generation. They're not in tune with what's happening. They're not in tune with what needs to happen, because all they care about is just their own selfish interest. They're just based in Abuja thinking, oh, they can do anything they want over there. It's not be our own problem. It's not our own issue. It's not. So we need the youth to form their own political party, and they have their own leaders and have their own agenda, and have so that they can. That's the only way, because let's face it, that's the only way we can actually challenge these people, at the election days. And the election day too is another thing I'm even worried about, because let's face it, most of the elections in Nigeria, they've been nothing to write home about. Most of them are too much corruption. I mean, how many times have we even seen in places in Nigeria where they will come up with the election results on the election day, but meanwhile there was no election that even took place, but they will come up with the results. How many cases have we heard of people snatching ballot boxes? I don't even believe in the political and the electoral system in Nigeria. I have zero confidence and zero faith, because everything is still all based on fraud and corruption. So that's one thing I'm even scared of. Like, even if the youth, form their own political party and they challenge, let's say, for example, at the next presidential elections, let's say the youth provided their own candidates, would the powers that be, with all these elites, would they actually give them a chance? Don't forget, even the top positions now, they've been occupied by people of northern descent. So are they even going to open their eyes and for example, let an Igbo man or an Edo man or a Yoruba man of, let's say, 35 years old, become the next president? Is it possible? These are one of the other things I'm really afraid for in Nigeria as well. And like I said as well, so many times on my channel, we have to understand that, most of the people that are responsible for electing these our so-called leaders, they have no clue themselves. They have no clue. Look at the North, for example, the North, on paper anyways, they say the North has the highest in terms of population, than any other side. They say they're the largest group. Anyway, we don't know whether that is true or that was just, politically motivated. But anyways, the North are meant to have the biggest, the percentage of the population. And let's face it, they're the same ones that have the highest numbers of illiterates. So you can imagine most of the people that are voting during the elections, they don't even understand what they are voting for. All they know that is that I need to vote for this man because he's from the same ethnic group as I am. I need to vote for this man because he's from the same area as I am. They don't care about the memorandum. They don't care about manifesto. They don't care about the agenda. They don't care about what the candidates stand for. All they care about is, oh, let me just vote for him because, and these are the people that are electing the same corrupt, useless leaders year in, year out. Because let's face it, most people don't even vote. Most youth don't even vote because, let's face it, most Nigerian elections, they are full of violence. because you're not even guaranteed, for you to live with your life. If you go out on the, we know all the cases of violence that always happen at the polling units, at the polling wards, people snatching ballots, people, causing mayhem, people killing people, so these are other issues that we need to look at, closely in Nigeria as well, because it's just a very, very sad state of affairs. And it's I know it sounds very, very hopeless, but I think, things can be done. But even though deep down, I believe Nigeria will not work well as a country unless we all go our separate ways, like the Yorubas go with their Oduduwa Republic and the Igbos with their Biafra, but we have to talk about what's happening now on ground. What's, the next step? And like I said already, I think the next step is, we need to challenge all this elites, and we need to let them know that we are serious. And I like the way that, the youth, they demanded this endsars, they went out in full force. They let their voices, really get heard, because, it's very good to let the politicians know that we are not joking this time. Enough is enough, and we mean business. Let me go to the sections really quickly. Favor Lamide is saying thumbs up for the oath. Thank you very much, Favor. I salute you. I appreciate your support. I appreciate you being here. Mama OG is saying, I sis Favor Lamide. A29 fashion is saying still here. So guys, I've said my own, I've shared a few points. So now I just want to know what your views are. I want you to drop your comments. What do you think should happen next in terms of the protests? What do you think should be the next step? If you're a protester, for example, let's just believe that you're a protester. What would you like to happen now? Now that the protests have become, violent, and people have lost lives, but I believe the momentum shouldn't be lost. I believe this protest should not stop. But what do you think should happen now? What's the next step that the protest should take to prevent, loss of lives and things of that nature? Golden Passion is saying, Golden Passion TV is saying, hello, host. Golden Passion, you are very, very welcome. I'd like to have you here. I'm very, very, glad that you're here. I'm just speaking about the recent developments in Nigeria, especially with the killings at Lekki, at the Lekki toll gate area, and also looking at the different issues, the different causes of problems in Nigeria. And also now, I'm just asking everybody what they think could be the solution now, especially with the protests. What do you think the Nigerian youth need to demand for, and how should they go about it? Mama OG is saying, yes, so we are still here with you, host. And thank you very much, guys, for still being here with me. I know it's been a while now that I've been talking about all these issues, but Nigerian issues are not something we can discuss in a day or even in a month, because our issues are so many, and they run deep down, and our issues are all interconnected with each other. Corruption is connected with poverty. Poverty itself then causes corruption, and vice versa. It's like a vicious, cycle. So guys, thank you. Let me know your thoughts. Drop your comments in the comment section. Let me know what you think as well. So like I was saying, like people like Buhari, people like Tinubu now, they know that, things are different now. Things is not the Nigeria of old where you could just do things, and there'll be no repercussions, and you could just do things with impunity. You do things with disregard. Now they're all feeling the heat. All the politicians in Nigeria, they know, there's a new force, there's a new revolution that's about to start, So, but the only thing I'm worried about is that, they always say that there can never be a revolution without bloodshed. I just think it's really, really sad that that has to be the case, but I just have to think, and I just have to say enough is enough. There needs to be a change to all this business as usual mentality, and nothing happens because I'm untouchable, I'm a godfather, I have so much money, I have so much wealth, I have so much influence. I'm very, very happy now that these people, these so-called elites, these so-called powers that be, they are now paying attention, because they know nobody is safe. I'm telling you, no one is safe. No one is untouchable anymore, because years of frustration, years of hopelessness, years of desperation. It's just made people, really, really angry. And when you're angry, sometimes when you're full of emotions, you just get supernatural strength, and you do things that you're not even sure that you were capable of doing. So yeah, these are just some of the issues that are plaguing us as a country in Nigeria right now. Once again, I just appreciate you guys for being here. I appreciate everybody that's contributed in the comment section. Financial Lady One, I salute you, Mama OG. Thank you for being here. A29 Fashion, thank you as always for your support. Don't worry. We started off with humble beginnings. Don't worry. When we are at the top, when we get big, I know you still be there supporting. I'll be supporting you as well. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Favor Olamide, Mama OGI. Okay. Guys, don't forget, you can connect with each other. You can, grow the community. Let's share ideas. Let's rub minds. Guys, I think I've literally said most of the points I wanted to go across. I actually made some points. Like I wrote some bullet points down, that things I wanted to cover. I think I've said most of them. Already anyway. Things like lack of infrastructure. Yeah, people should stop looting, education, like the protests, and also, yeah, I think I've shared most of the points. And also, another thing, yes, I just picked this up as well from my points now. All these so-called political thugs, I'm not going to mention names, but you know them anyway. All these so-called political thugs in Lagos, especially, that most of their children are abroad, but then you causing mayhem, you going against people you don't like, or people that are not in support of you destroying their properties, you're destroying their lives, you're using the youth as weapons of mass destruction. I'm saying a day is coming that like all the evil that you've been perpetrating, all the evil acts, one day is going to come back and bite you. So that's why I need to, the youth need to know that, like, it's not worth all this. No matter what these politicians are promising to give you, it's not worth you risking your life for. I'm telling you, it's just not worth it, because these people, they sit down in their mansions, drinking their champagne while you're there, risking your life, wasting your lives just because of their own selfish interests, whether political or economical. It's not, it's not just the right way. So the youth, you have to understand that you need to stand up, because all this money that they're giving is your money anyway. It's our money. All these stolen funds that they're using to, cajole you, and they're using to manipulate you to go and destroy things, destroy properties, destroy lives. All the money belongs to you anyway. If they did things right, you wouldn't even be in that position, or whereby they're using you as a weapon to go and destroy things, because you are worshiping them because of the money. So the youth, you need to understand, don't let anybody influence you. Don't let anybody, poison your minds, that you use your, then you now become a weapon, that you don't even care about the safety of your own lives. I mean, it was so sad. I heard about the looters in Lagos today, that were shot. I think 5 boys, I think in the Kotun area of Lagos State, they were shot because they were looting. Guys, stop the looting. Stop the looting. It's not helping anybody. I mean, it's not fair on all these people that have built their businesses, they have borrowed money, they have, gone through a hardship as well to start their businesses, and then you just go and destroy their businesses in a day. It's not fair. You should direct the anger at the right people, at the politicians, not on innocent Nigerians just like you that are suffering. So guys, I think I'm about to wrap it up, unless anybody has any issue, like any more points that they want me to address, or they have anything to contribute. I'll soon be rounding up. I thank you guys once again for joining me, because it was very, I hope, you found it very informative, very educative as well. So guys, just make sure you check out, I've done several videos on my channel whereby I'm just talking about the issues, facing Nigeria, the current issues. I've spoken about SARS, I've spoken about one Nigeria, I've spoken about Oduduwa Republic, I've spoken about culture, so many things. So check out, Goka TV. It's a very, very informative and educative channel, and I'm sure you won't regret it. So guys, let me just do another roll call right quick and just appreciate your presence once again. So Financial Lady Financial Lady One, I truly salute back. Thank you very much for your presence. I really appreciate it because you kept to your promise and you showed up on my channel. Annie Babe, thank you very much. Mimi Big's Beauty, you're highly cited. What else do we have here? KB, thank you for joining me. And also Alpha Joy, thank you. Mama OG, AE29, IBK, thank you very much. Afi, are you still around? Where have you gone to? Thank you, Afi, as well. Where else? Where else? Dami, thank you, sis Dami. You're very, very appreciated. Who else? Funke, thank you very much. Max Style Channel, thank you, thank you. Just thank you, Quero. Thank you, everybody that came to support me. I promise, my next stream will be more, like jovial affair. It'll be like a comedy one. You come and laugh away your sorrows because I think we need something to cheer us up. Like with all the recent events that have happened and things that have transpired lately. I think we need more, just a cheerful atmosphere. So my next live stream, I don't know when that will be. That might be, I'm not sure, but I'll, maybe tomorrow or swear me blue jacket. Oh, I have a new one up, guys. Okay, Mama OG. Mama OG said, yes, we need the comedy. Yeah, so I mean, like it's so funny because I was always intending this live stream to be like a, like a jovial, like funny, comedy one. But obviously, with all the events that happened, that transpired lately, it would have been very, very insensitive of me to be doing something like that as well. And also because I also lost one of my members, a very young, beautiful lady, and one of my members on Goka. She lost her life sadly to an accident. So it's been a very, very, it's a very, very funny couple of days. It's just been very sad, and my spirit has been really, really low. But I pray that we all make it to next year. Like I pray everybody stays safe. With all this COVID issue going on, with all these problems in Nigeria, don't worry, we'll overcome. Yeah. So, Mama Oji, try to. I think you should be able to drop the. Oh, thank you, Mama Oji. He says sorry for the loss. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been very, very challenging, few months for us on Goka. Like all my Goka members as well. Don't worry, my prayers are with everybody, every single member of Goka. Everybody that's supporting us because it's been very, very difficult few months for us. There has been quite, some challenging news and situations that have not been very positive, but I know we'll overcome, and yeah, thank you, Mama Oji. You said God is your strength. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate my, it's just one of those things, in life, sometimes things just looks like everything is just going bad, but then you just have to smile. You have to keep smiling because no matter what happens, we have to be thankful to God. We have to appreciate every breath that we take. This life, life is short. So don't keep. There's no point keeping malice with anybody. Keeping any grudges. So if you're having any grudges with anyone, any malice, it's good to just make amends. Even if they wronged you, that's just you can be the bigger person and you know and you can always reach out to them and things of that nature. Mama OG, I'm going to be checking out your new stuff as well. So guys, feel free to connect with each other if you haven't already done so, because I'm going to be rounding up shortly. So yeah, and also thank you guys. I think my channel is growing. I think I just hit 500 subscribers recently, a couple of days ago. So I appreciate you guys, for your support as well. I know going to make it. All small YouTubers, all the YouTubers, all the big ones that you see, they all had humble beginnings. Everybody started small, so I know God will do it anyway. So no matter what you're doing, stay motivated. Don't give up. Anything you want, anything you want to do, anything you're passionate about, make sure you do it. Make sure you give it all your best. Make sure you give it, everything you have, because you can only try, and if you believe in God, everything will be possible. So don't give up on your dreams. Any dream you have, whether it's acting, whether it's singing, whether it's starting a business, whatever, this is the time to start. Don't procrastinate. Don't postpone anything. Just go for it. And once you put in hard work, you put in dedication, you believe in yourself, and you believe in God, the sky is the limit. So definitely. So let's see the comments. Maybe Big saying I'll visit you soon. Return tomorrow. Okay. Yep. So guys, thank you once again for joining me on this chat. I'm going to be switching off the camera now, but I'm still going to be on there in case anybody wanted to drop their comments or share their views. So even though the camera will be going off now, and I'll still be online, to respond to comments. So catch you guys later, and thank you for being on board. Really appreciate it. Thank you.